Guess who's back? Spoilers. It's me. Hello, Herrick. Hello, PDBR. So, I've been making a list of like things that I need to take care of, so I don't run into problems later on. There is a whole bunch more than this, but I need to start somewhere. So for example, this class is like huge and it's got all these, it's like commented out code. It's got a lot of like logic nested into one big function, and we need to do something about that. So that is one thing. I think there might be some issues with my object pooling system, which I wrote in kind of a hurry to just and there's some platform stuff. I probably don't do that on stream because some of the backends are like under NDA and stuff like that. So like Steam, Switch, Epic, whatever, I need to support multiple backends and platforms maybe running on different things. We also want to be able to quickly build the game without going through menus for every platform. Those kind of go together there. Oh no, there is absolutely no object pooling in Unity. Not at maybe there are some for some simple stuff behind the scenes. I'm not sure. It's optimized pretty well, so they do stuff. But I have some ideas for things I want to do with the player, similar to this. The player class, it's pretty well broken out, but it's done in steps. So sometimes I do like player.getComponent health, and sometimes I reference player.health, and so on. So you know, I need to go through and just clean this up quite a bit. And then there's like some, you know, some UI code nested right in there, which comes later on the list too. And then we like check when we die, we instantiate the death effect. That could be, you know, a thing somehow. Like playing damage taken sound should not be part of the player class. So yeah, there's a bunch, like keeping the health synced up. There's a whole bunch of stuff we should move out of here. Like having buffs could be, maybe not buffs, but like which blessings you have and so on should not live on the player class. It should be broken out into multiple things. I just know what will happen if I don't if I don't start doing stuff with that. Then there's a lot of other stuff that's not on this list, which is like adding a buff system, so I can kind of we have the orbital system. There's only one orbital, so everything is handling that there now. But if I wanted to add multiple, I should have like a way for you to add to the list of orbitals, and then that should move them, or at least give you some kind of angle or whatever. So spawning and despawning of those would be good. There's a whole bunch of stuff like that. Enemies are also like the enemy class is pretty nice, but in some cases I inherit from the enemy class, and then in some cases I use a component-based system where I refer to this. And I want to make it componentized, and I want there to be like reusable components for shooting, for moving randomly, for tracking a target, for just keeping a target. That might be part of the enemy, I'm not sure. You want to do something with that. Yeah, so there's also like the damage system is probably pretty okay, but I think there are some corners we can like some rough edges we can smooth over. All the UI in the game needs to go away and be rewritten. We need a full like good tooltip system, drag and drop needs. There is drag and drop, but there's not enough. Yeah, so there's a million things we want to do here, but I'm because it's Friday and I'm in a good mood. I'm gonna start with something I like, and so let's start with the generation stuff. So we have this generation folder here. I'm gonna create a new like seeded generator, which is gonna be the base of our stuff. This is gonna be a component that we use for everything that needs to be seeded. So if I have some other component here, they can refer back to this and get a seed. For example, we will also make an editor that will add buttons for randomizing and so on. Now that I have to like implement that in every place of this. It's also going to be a layer-based approach or a steps-based approach where I just list the components on the same object, and then this will, whenever something changes, it will generate from that point down, or maybe the whole, depending on how I do it, because maybe I don't want everything to be necessarily what should we call it, like yeah, it doesn't necessarily have to be a tile map that gets passed down. So maybe it just whenever I change anything at any stage, it will just regenerate the whole thing. But in the best place, it would be nice to kind of only say I've generated a lot of stuff, and then I change the next to last thing in the stack of things. Then I want to more or less just generate from that point down. But that means I have to cache what the world is like that, because I don't necessarily want to limit myself to not change things. And I also, I don't know yet. We'll see. Multiple components on the same thing. Yeah. Is it? Are you from which unit? Which engine do you use? This one is bigger. Godot. I've actually been looking at Godot a little bit lately. I haven't tried it, but I've been watching videos. And there is not a lot that I don't like with it, to be honest. It seems like there's some technical stuff, like it doesn't. Wait, where's my Spotify? There it is. Yeah, but like it's not easy to port to certain platforms like the Switch. So I can't really use it right now. The other part that I really don't like is it doesn't seem like you run the game in the editor. So you don't have, like in Unity, when I play the game, and this is super useful 1,000,000% of the time, that I can, that I can pause the game and then just look at what the world looks like. If I couldn't do that, I think it wouldn't be good. So if Godot could just step up and get some of those things fixed, I think we're onto something pretty cool. Anyway, seeded generator. That's one thing we're gonna do. Oh, good point. This is one of the more important ones. Let's put it up here on the top. Make hot reload work again. It might be because of my generation stuff, where I have like non should we call it? I don't know. Non-serializable fields that is required, that gets lost when you do a cycle. But yeah, I think there's this. If I weren't working on this now, and I'm super scared of like trying something else. But there was a game jam now, like Stop Waiting for Godot, where people jumped in and did shit in Godot for a while, a week or 2 weeks or whatever it was. I would have done that now, I think, but I'm gonna not get sidetracked for a while longer at least. Feels like important. Oh, it was 4 days, yeah. Nice. No, I'm probably not gonna do Ludum Dare. Probably not. Yeah, I've done a bunch of LDs. It's a good time. I don't think Game Jam is the best place to learn a new engine. So I have two like things I want to do besides like in the game programming realm. I've got a million other things I want to do, but in the game programming realm, two things I want to do. I want to make an educational project, making a tiny game engine. Like I was watching someone play the first Metroid game. I love that game. I want to make an educational like stream series or something where we make that game in JavaScript. That would be fun, I think, and just maybe not exactly copy it, but make something that is of the same size. Maybe do it proc gen with it or whatever. But I just want to do something in JavaScript that's super playable in the browser. That's one thing, and then the other part is trying out Godot and see if it's there yet, which I think it's not, but it's rapidly approaching something. And with Unity, like patenting ECS and also like doing lots of military contracts and so on, I kind of want to look elsewhere. It's also like going downhill with in terms of whatever the engine. I don't know. Yeah, I think Unity needs to step up real soon here if we want to do something. Let's call this debug seed or something, and preface it with something like that, and then we want to do like public void generate int seed. Make the simplest possible version first. Like, I think it's more the trajectory of like everything. It's not convenient anymore. Like you gotta install. Like I want a bunch of basic stuff to be in the engine, and they want to break everything out so you only include the things that you really need. Which I guess for lots of people and bigger projects and so on, that would make a lot of sense. But for now, for me, like I just want it to be simple and not that variable. I want it to be more of a stable thing. Like when I'm boot up my Unity engine, I don't want to spend time like installing 100 different packages just to get started. And I think they move in that direction. They are also kind of going in different directions. What is the ECS stuff? Is that going to be the basis? If so, like I'm not sure I like that. I think optimizing for performance over programmer productivity in my case, I don't know. Yeah, like I just don't see that it's moving in the right direction right now. Like I like Unity. It's a really good engine. It's doing mostly what I wanted to do, but it's more like looking a couple of years ahead. Plus, it's always good to kind of look around. I like the idea of there's a lot of clean stuff in Godot, like the way you don't have like everything indented one step. So the with GD script, for example, it's like small things like that. I think a lot of people hate the new input system as well. due to it being a very events driven. And yeah, it feels a lot like maybe Unity isn't making games, so they don't know what people want, or they're focusing on like big budget. They wanna be Unreal a little bit too much, I think. So we'll see. Let's also set up an editor for this. Seeded generator editor. Damn it. My script, I made this super nice little script that that added files to the project directly from VS Code, but I updated and then I lost the code, I think. While I like C#, it's it gets a little bit boxy, or yeah, I don't know. The way I write code, it tends to become a little bit weird. So I want to add a couple of buttons like randomize and so on, but we already have that code in Floor Generator Editor. It's sort of this code. Visual Studio is a hunking piece of crap. I don't like it at all. It's just big and unwieldy. I think I actually want this yeah, this is my full-time job. So all the generation steps, my vague thinking is that how does it work with Unity? If I subclass generation step, which is one thing I want to do, can I have an editor match generation step and add a button to each of those, or do I have to do one? I guess I can just do one. We'll figure it out, but then I will change something in this by just doing something like let's do a generation step editor. Actually, we might want to add a new folder. Let's move it in Unity so we don't get various issues. So we take like seeded generator and generation step editor. Let's put them in there. In a lake of emotions, I give birth to the melodies and words with sweet devotion. But we don't really need this. We will just do a change check. So editor GUI begin change check, and then if editor GUI dot end change check, we want to get so we have like a target in here. Get, oh, that's not an object. Okay, we do like gonna call these step equals target as generation step get component seeded generator. If let's call it generator. If that exists, we want to actually call a function on it. And the question is, like, what do we want to call? Do we want to call in a function? Let's call that like regenerate in seeded generator. Public void regenerate. And this just calls generate with debug seed on it. Maybe this should be called like current seed or something. Or last seed. Current seed. Fine. Regenerate. So we can do some stuff in here to know whether or not it's like a clean generation or not. So in theory, like, we change a value inside of our steps. So it's like generators at the top, seeded generator at the top. We change any of our steps. We don't run the onValidate method as we usually do on the actual step. Instead, we go back to the thing. Actually, let's pass in the step so we later on can potentially only generate the subsequent stuff. But that's not for now. We could like find where that is and then generate downwards. If that's something we want to do. So that should be the general process. Do I want to lock into always working on a tile map? Because if I do that, this part would be the regeneration only. That would be easier. General process. Should have done right hand, probably. Did you get that from How I Met Your Mother? Probably. I've seen it in other places too. I'm not sure if before or after though. So let's imagine we have a step. So we do like what? Go. We need a folder. It's gonna be like room generation. I could, but my camera is not mirrored, unfortunately. So let's see what steps we have. Generate room layout, for example. But maybe even room layout generator. Gonna be a mono behavior. It inherits from generation step. I'm not sure why, like it doesn't switch to Unity anymore. It just stopped doing that during the night. It worked perfectly yesterday. Anyway, so we just override. Usually why am I not getting sometimes it works with automatically giving you the overrides here. So we want to do make something that just so for now we just say like generating and then seed and then and we want to probably get back to our come on. We have a level generation script here which has lots of things in it. Just disable those now and create a new one. So we need a seeded generator. We need a basic. We got errors, so. Um, let's add that then. Hello Java, what's up? We want to actually do this too. No. But we don't want to run generate, we want to run clear on each step. An identical game. Like all games exist already, so I'm not sure. Mr. Driller. Yeah, because Minecraft is not done already. I've actually wanted to do a roguelike island survival game, like exactly what you're saying. So maybe I'll do that like when you're a couple of months in. Yeah, so... No. I was joking that I'll start as soon as you're a little bit in, and then you gotta scrap that project too. Like, scrap the project if you don't want to do it, but... Or keep the scope down so it doesn't matter, right? Sure. So the question is, like, if I drag the seed, I want to actually regenerate. So I want to do a chain check here too. try to be a little bit better about comments too. Unless it's like possible to do it very in line, like with how you name variables, just add. So hopefully I can use this for both like the world generation and the room generation, and maybe even like item generators or stuff like that. I clicked twice, I'm not sure why. We can randomize, it's gonna do this, but there are no... Still errors? Now when I press generate, it will be generating like this, and then I change iterations. It should have worked, but it doesn't, and that's because there is no custom editor of type seeded generator, or of whatever generation step. So I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna do custom editor of type, generation step becomes room layout generator. And then we just have a public class room layout generator editor inheriting from the above class. Generation step editor. So for everything I do have to subclass that, I guess, which is annoying. Oh wait, can I just add multiple of these? That would be even better. So I can just say nope. Let's see if this works now. Come on. Still doesn't work. Might have to do that. Yeah, look, now I can change this value and it's gonna regenerate the entire stack. So nice. Now it's gonna be easier to do this thing. So let's make another one. Actually, let's just keep working here. So the question is like, what do I want to come out of this room layout generator? One way to do it would be to have like the seeded generator as a template class, so that the templated or the generics class, generics argument would be the data that gets passed down the tree. So we could have like a room layout or room generator data, which is like populated, changed, whatever. Or we just keep things on the actual object, which it feels less fun. we can make a typed version of this. But then we override, which inherits from this, which keeps everything from this, and then the typed version overrides the generate method. So the idea would be to have another class here. In that case, so will this cascade into a million plumbing classes? Is what I'm thinking. And am I making it hard for myself going forward? What is the benefit also? Having each step separate. It might be easier to do things like serialize the world if I had it in one data object. So a room is serialized into one object. Then I can just save that object and not care about the structure. And then I'll have some kind of instantiation thing at the end, which instantiates the world using that object. And maybe a debug class that draws whatever this object contains. Those are Teme. Yeah, well, it's going well. I'm having doubts about architecture right now. Because if I want to have, like, let's say that I've generated the world, or I generated a room, and then I do a domain refresh or whatever it's called. I don't know. Let's start implementing some of this stuff. And then make some decisions. I'm feeling like I should be working directly with the tile grid here. So let's say I want to make the floor plan. Let's make the simplest possible version. And just push stuff to the tile. Oh, wait, we should change the tile grid slightly before we do this. Because currently we don't have a data type for the tiles. Ooh, yeah, I've heard that one before, Balrog. We can do this later. Let's keep it simple. So just for anyone watching this and thinking, what is this game? I'm gonna show you what the game plays like right now. So the game is a top-down spell slinger. It's like if Nuclear Throne and like Slay the Spire and Snake RX and Diablo had a ugly love child, it would be this game. So you got the map from Slay the Spire, you get pretty fast paced, a little bit skill based, and there's a shopping component, an economy component like in Snake RX. I know it's in other games too, but like that's my reference. You can re-roll, you can get, I want longer range, now my rail is better, and so on. And you get interest on your money and stuff like that. I've recently added a lot of like gore and like these particle stuff. Gonna be interesting if I try to port this to Nintendo Switch, if it's still gonna work. But you get the idea. So currently, the game was made in 5 days originally, and then I've added to it quite a lot after that. And making a game really quickly as like a game jam type of feel will make your architecture really weird, and that cascades. And now I want to take this further, so I'm having to take a few steps back and like re-implement some stuff. So yeah. Ooh, this is interesting. I forgot about that. I know what it is, I think. Not TDD, test-driven development? Or... So I want to have a tile grid at the top here, which is going to be our thing. Maybe this should be a rectint instead. You know what? Let's not get mired in that. So we have a bunch of iterations. We just want to do the simplest possible, like random walk thing. So let's get our directions. We probably should move those. We have those set up in floor generator. These directions 4 and directions 8. Let's copy those out and make a like a tile util class that has those, or maybe in the math utils. Sure. Can we do read only here, so I don't have to worry about that. So I can do like vector2. No, we cannot do vector2 dot directions 8. We gotta do vector2 int utils directions 8. Can I make C# property as extension? Nope. But we can do public static vector2 int directions 8 this vector2 int v, and then just return this directions 8. We can just do that. Let's make these private. Would be beautiful if I didn't have to have these will be fast enough and syntactically nice. Okay, so now we have that. So now we can just do like var cursor equals vector2 int 0, and then we do like for int I equals 0. Why don't I use my macro? Iterations. Can I clear a tile grid? Nope. Let's do that. This is another like. Should I clear it here or should I have another step for clearing stuff? I'm not sure. It becomes more visible if I create a generation step. Clear tile map step. Maybe I should call them step. I like C# too. It's good. We talked about this a little bit before, how it's maybe a little bit weird in some senses. Anyway, so the very basic version of this, we just step the cursor. So cursor dot or cursor plus equals, and we'll do like var direction equals Then we need a random thing here. So do like random equals new x random seed. And we just do like random dot item in vector2int directions 8. Huh? 4, I mean. Didn't I save, or doesn't it work? Why not? Ah, it has to be a will it work? But it's not a class though. I think this won't work because I didn't want to do that. I actually wanted to have like vector2int dot directions 8, but in this case I might as well just not have the functions in between. Just get rid of those and have this as public static read only directions 8 and directions 4. There we go. It's not working because there's an error somewhere. Yes, we don't have that. So let's generate it and go to it. And we'll just say tile positions equals, or tile positions are clear we can do. And then we can also do, I guess we're not caching the array there, so we're not necessarily needing to clear that. It seems like you're correct. Hey, Spias, what's up? Welcome. How was your stream? I totally missed you there. Sorry about that. How are you doing? Is it time for lunch? So do we have errors? No. So for some reason it doesn't work. It works if I do this. We need to have the clear tile map step, and we need to have that up here. We do like randomize. It does nothing. Clear does nothing. Oh, it doesn't update afterwards. I know how to fix that. We just do like it's in here somewhere, like maybe it's the waves room. this one. So in every place we do this, we want to repaint. But we might want to do that at the end. So let's do var should repaint equals false. And then we do should repaint is true. Get this down here. We get it here. We should do it here, and we should do it here. And then if should repaint, we repaint. So this is an annoyance that I have with like adding comments. So I added this kind of useless comment, this useless. These are not as useless because it's not immediately obvious what's going on. Also gives a little bit of structure. But this one, like should repaint, then repaint. The comment is the same as the code. But I can't not have that because then it looks like it's part of this block. Why is this stopped working? Clear. Randomize does not work. Until I like move over here. Annoying. Maybe it's not called that. Maybe it's called scene view repaint all. That's what it's called when you're not calling it from inside of on scene GUI. Hello Mind Rage. We're doing refactors of lots of the systems. So I'm making the generation system more reusable. So this is our new super simple system where I can change things in here, but it's like more of a layered approach. So for example, after this, I might want to scale everything up. Create a new step, so it's like scale tile map step. It's gonna be generation step here. And unfortunately, we have to add it to the thing. So we'll go to CD generator, no, generation step, and we copy this, and then we just like select this thing. And make a new one. So that will work. Guess we could use on validate, but that gets weird. Okay, let's close some stuff. Scale tile map step. We want to override the generate method. I'm going to get the tile map. We copy that from the room layout step. And the simplest way to do it would be to create a new list of positions. So, but like the tile grid, we're gonna change tile grid to not be a bool based thing, but an int based thing, I think. So maybe we do that now, because this is gonna be changing the structure of this a little bit. So we have a bunch of positions, but we don't have any data for the positions. The question is, do we create a struct for each, or do we just use ints? And maybe tile positions should now be a dictionary instead. So that's my thinking. Type int. Hey, Adam with the U trade. How are you doing? Can't stay. Have a good stream. You have a good day, good sir. Thank you for the raid. Have a good one. Hello, all the viewers. How are you doing today? Since we got a huge influx of viewers lately, I want to show you what the game is like right now. I hope I haven't broken too much. Ooh, is this gonna make me have to redo all the stuff? It is. It's not too bad, but it is quite bad, so we'll see. We'll see. So I'm working on a game called Robes. And it's a top-down spell slinger that looks something like this. It's I described it before as a mix between Nuclear Throne, Diablo, Slay the Spire, and Snake RX. So we got the map from Slay the Spire where you can kind of select the path you want to go. So I want to go this path. Here's a heal node, so I know that I can do a sacrifice or at least get some HP back this way. There's also one down here. So it seems like this way is the better. So enemies are gonna spawn. And you can kind of kill them. And then you get to choose a new path. Now we go towards the shop here. Let's see if we can get some upgrades. I didn't use it, but our Blizzard spell could get a higher radius, for example, if we had 5. We don't, so let's play it a little bit dangerously here. Sacrifice so we get a little bit more money, and then we go to the shop again. Hello, Fox! Thank you for the sub. Is that not working? It's just like showing up for a split second. Damn it. Yeah, so I want it to be pretty streamlined. These are pretty good. The first reroll is free, so let's do 1. And we don't want any of this, so let's continue. Okay, hard level, medium size. Wind might be from... let's add some like grates or whatever. I'm not sure this is underground either. It might just be a floating island somewhere. And it's night, so we don't get skylight. So it's a little bit like bullet heli on the later levels. Oh, I'm forgetting that I have another spell. So the blizzard kind of slows down the enemies. Oh, I went for healing when I have almost full health. That one I like, Balrog, by the way. That's probably your best one so far. It's like not obvious. A little bit more advanced than your normal repertoire. I'm gonna die, am I? Ow. Yeah, so you get the idea of the game. It works like this. Bouncy is fun, so you can kind of bounce your rail off. It works with other stuff. Movement speed. Now you can see my money is through the roof now. So now I can buy. I don't know. I don't know. We should probably ban him. Now I can shoot slightly faster. Get longer range. And so on. So that is the conceit of the game, more or less. I made it originally in like 5 days, which means the code is not the best, let's say. So I'm doing a little bit of a what should we call it? Like a refactor of a lot of the systems. So the generation is what we're working on right now. And this change is gonna break everything. Because I got a lot of, like, every single wall, every single thing that can be placed in the world has this tile grid on it. And if I change, this is where the tiles sort of are serialized. So if I change this into dictionary of that type, we could also consider actually going with an array and a width and a height, but that means we have to do functions to kind of crop and resize and whatever. Yeah, and also, like, I'm sorry, the hello folks, that the announce doesn't work, but thank you so much for the sub. Yeah, I'm self-taught. I come from like web development background, graphic design and web development. But I've been coding since the 90s, so, and game-like stuff. I don't really care about what I did before in terms of like if I break this. But the question is, which direction do we go? It makes sense to still keep this weird tiling, because it hasn't really given me that much grief. One alternative is to change it, because, or rather not use the tile grid for this particular use case. It doesn't really matter, but we gotta have some other way of doing this then. Thanks, Fox. I don't want to redo our editor right now. Okay, let's do it. Let's do it. Let's turn into this, and then we can do something else. Let's also change this name to. No, let's keep it for now. So, tile positions. We can now clear that. That's the same. If it contains key P. We just return P. Let's do it this way instead, because it's not JavaScript. Otherwise, we return -1. And this get tile is now going to be int based. So now we more or less do int. We don't need to do this at all. So what we can do now instead is tile positions P equals tile. The only thing is, like, if tile equals -1, then we might want to remove it instead. So tile positions remove P. That's how we would remove a thing. Else we set the tile. Let's do this. So we have a get tile, remove tile, and set tile. Nice. Gentile. I get the pun, but I don't know how to answer that. So the array should now be an int array instead. We potentially just want to do set all the tiles to -1 if they don't exist. We can do it in this, so we go, no, we have to do it like this. So we initialize everything to -1. And then we'll do this. This is not the fastest way to do this, but I think it's okay. Oh shit, I'm not following the chat at all now. Good that you're entertaining yourself. Good, good, good. Okay, this is also one of those like things that shouldn't happen. I'm tempted to like have a cache for the array so we can use that, but let's start here. Now when we go into Unity, we're gonna have a million errors, unfortunately, and we're gonna not be able to... What? That's clear. Right, so room layout generator, we want to set it to 1 if there is a... Let's say 0 is... Think of it as height. 0 is the floor. -1... Oh, shit, -1 then becomes... Should be the... So -1 is not a good value for... the default, or maybe it is. Maybe unset is the same as a whole. I don't like that idea. Yeah, it's the same game. I did, if you rewind the stream a bit, I just did a play of the new version of the game, or the latest version. This should now be an int array. It's going to be creating more errors. Except this should work. That should work. Why doesn't it switch to Unity? Int and bool. Oh, that is why. This one is weird. Thank you, Soundwire. Anyone else have any lag issues? I haven't got any drop frames or anything, so it looks okay on my end. So we swapped this around, so it's like true it. Not the correct so either occupy true is false or it's matching. So we got to change this to something like this, and this should be it doesn't really track. Because these aren't the same values really. Now that we have other stuff. So we need to redo this. Let's put a big fat to do update to support int instead of bools. So now from now on the game is going to be unplayable for a bit, which sucks, but it's what it is. Okay, so now we're in the floor generator, which we're gonna replace. In this case, I think I want to just set it to 0. To be a floor. Or what is this? Scale. This is actually the scale algorithm that we're working on in the other place here. So let's see here. So if scaled p not equals 1, which means it exists, but we can go through the scaled keys. Oh, this is shit. We gotta transfer all of this over to the new system, and I'm not gonna fix it for now. I'm gonna avoid a lot of this. Come on, switch over. What's this? Tile grid editor. Yes, okay. So tile grid, we will have like a current tile we set that to 1, and this is what's going to be used in tile grid editor instead of, let's see where the error is here. Current tile. Where's the definition of this? We keep it here. Yeah, this should be an int. Current tile should be 1. Let's see where we edit this. So this is gonna be make it -1 if we delete it, or should we set it to 0? Frankly, I don't know what to do with this. For now, let's make it 0 and 1. Those are the things we can do. And we don't have this. That'll live somewhere else. It's bad to have it here because I can edit multiple tile grids at the same time, so that becomes weird. Okay, things are working again. I'm starting to think that maybe a better idea is to actually have a generic space tile grid that can take any serializable grid, because then I can use the same thing for making another thing that I might want, like a pattern. So I got this blueprint pattern matching thing that spawns things in the world, Lawrence, based on patterns it finds. Sometimes I might want to do like spawning the things from the patterns, but sometimes I want to change the look of the underlying tile map like this. So for example, one thing I would like to do here is, let's say we had a seed with a big room like this spot here where it's like have all the neighbors in the world. So maybe I want to actually modify that so that there is some kind of hole in here, or maybe I want to draw a thing. Then I can, in my editor, I can say have a tile class that has the matching value for the tile and the value for what should we call it? Like the replacement value, what it should turn into. I think that would make sense, but I'm not 100%. Okay, I'm gonna think about that change and go get something to drink. Yeah. Okay. I think what would be yeah, it could be an actual good idea to have that thing templated. And if I do that, maybe I should try to Okay, let's try some stuff. It's Friday, let's have some fun. So, we have this tile grid class here. I've modified it a lot and now everything's broken, which is bad. But let's try again and create a new base class for this, and we can make it maybe a little bit more streamlined. Let's name it something else. Grid. So we're gonna have a public array of type T of unknown size tiles. Then we're gonna have a bounds object, a rectint, which is gonna be, let's say 0, 0, 3, 3 or something. So this is gonna be our thing here, and this tiles here. We need some kind of this is called a get and set. So first of all, we need a function to check if we're in the bounds. And also, is this gonna be world positions or local positions? If so, like, does the offset from the bounds get taken into account? Yes, I think they do. This is the local. So we'll have public bool in bounds. You can just return probably bounds dot contains p. That's the alert. We're refactoring a bunch of stuff. So this is a problem. So we cannot return null here because T might be a non-nullable type. And we probably want to have them like as structs. Potentially. I don't know. We can set up a constraint here where T is class. If we do that, this will work. So to get the offset, we do p.x modulo the width of bounds. So we pretty much want to add, or we want to subtract the offset from bounds, like this. So we get it this way, and then we want to calculate using PO instead. So return. PO.x modulo bounds width plus PO.y divided by bounds width. Actually, PO.x should never be outside, so we don't need to do the modulo there. There's none? Oh, it's okay. Oh, it should be, yeah, you're correct there. It should be multiplied by width. Void. You don't need to do any returns. We're trying to set something outside. We could potentially think about throwing an error. So I don't know about that. So it's like a basic behavior for our grid. Now we want to initialize the grid and stuff like that to make sure it has the right size. So we're going to pass a bounds object to the initialization here. The reason I'm doing this and not a 2D array, which would be easier, is to make Unity able to serialize this array here. I could use Odin Inspector to serialize it, but I feel like I want to avoid that as much as possible. It has some weirdness when it comes to AOT compiles and stuff, but it works. It should be faster to some degree, but I've been storing my tiles as with a list of rect or of vector2s, so I don't think we care that much about that. So we want to create a new T array of size bounds width times bounds. Wait, this one is deleted. There we go. New one. Don't say. Width times height gives me a new set of those. And that's going to be null values now. Okay. So in room generation here, we'll create a new grid called like a room grid. And we're gonna have a system serializable public class room grid tile, which is gonna have like. Would it be horrible to have an enum? We could use just that, but then it's not a class, so we gotta encapsulate it like this and have it like unknown wall floor pit or something. And we can set those up to be 0. Wall is gonna be, maybe floor is, yeah, so it's stable across recompiles. Like everything unknown by default. So room grid is now gonna inherit from grid. With type of room grid tile. Right, so now we have our room grid here. This is what we're going to be using instead of the tile grid. We can add other things to this, like whether or not it's maybe we have like public float distance to wall, for example. Cool, so now we got our room grid, which inherits from grid. So we want to be able to use this now instead. So let's call this like room grid instead. Dip into Unity. We can create like a new room grid tile and set type to be RGT equals. Make sure it's floor, for example. And same here, we make that a floor. And this should still work, except we have to take into account whether or not this is going to be going outside of the bounds of the room grid. So we want to check that. So if not room grid in bounds cursor, we want to do something else. Which could be like picking a random visited node as the new default, or since we can go back, it doesn't really matter. We can just not do anything. Just so it doesn't crash or go outside. So create a new one that's exactly this, but for the room grid. Maybe it's like initialize room grid step. So some experimentation here to find what's a good thing. My grid sizes are like 30 by 30 or or something like that. So it's not. It doesn't matter if something is slow in terms of CPU slow. Dip into Unity to get that added. Then we can do override. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. I don't understand why. Public override void generate int seed, I guess. I don't know what to do with that, but we want to do get the grid. So in theory now it should be, we should be able to put this in and it's going to set the size of the grid and initialize it. So that's done for the next step. And this also clears it, so I'm not sure about this one yet. We're gonna remove this tile grid and then we're gonna clear that and do like initialize room grid. Still gonna be errors, I would assume. And then we'll have room grid here as the premier one. So if we generate, we actually get 900 tiles here. So it's like 30 by 30. And some of them are going to be set up to be something, but not everything. So we need a way to visualize this grid now. So on draw gizmos. If tiles equals null, return. Otherwise, we go through all the tiles between tiles get length 1, and tiles get length 0. T is going to be tiles X. Ooh, this is yeah, this is not going to work. So we're going to do bounds. Let's just do for each var P in bounds all positions within, and then we just do var T equals get P. Are those functions not public? They are. So if T equals null, we can do something. And we just don't draw anything. Or do we draw something? Yeah, let's draw a black box in that position. Draw wire mesh. So we want to offset by 2 things here. So we want to do something like gizmos dot matrix equals transform dot local to world matrix, and then we multiply this by a translation matrix, which is based on the offset from our bounds. Something like this. So this should work with rotations and stuff, which we might not want actually. So maybe it should just be translate. That should work. So we draw a wire mesh at the actual position. So that could be a negative value, but that's going to be working since it's a local. Do we need this? No, we don't. We shouldn't have that. That would be wrong. So we take the draw wire cube. Center is going to be P dot as vector 3, vector 3. Call this flat. So I have a var flat equals new vector 3 1 0 1. Cool. Otherwise, we will take the value of the type, which is like t.type as int, and then we'll have a colors here. So public color array colors, or let's call it type colors. This is just for debug, so let's add a header debug. So the unknowns will be gray. The oh, this should also be slightly smaller than the floor is gonna be white. the walls are gonna be cyan, and the pits are gonna be magenta. So we can't use that. We gotta do int, I think. So we have to catch the color. Gizmos dot color equals we want to do other visualizations in here, like maybe draw something. So color is going to be type colors, and then we put in V for the value of type, and then the same code as here, but we do not a wire cube, but a normal cube. Okay, so with some luck, no idea what we're nothing works, but there's an error, so that's to be expected. There we go. So it does things, but this bounds here doesn't seem to be correct. Or is it? No. Seems very much not correct. So the initialize room grid step, we're missing something. We're missing to save the bounds. So it should for some reason it's not quite working here. Don't understand why, really. We need to add that initialize room grid step to the So now when I change this, it should update. No? Maybe after I've... Right. Oh, I know what's going on. Once I go outside, we do this instead. So this works now. Do you want to set this up to be like at this, I'm thinking at the center of, so it's like 0 is here, and then it's the center along the y-axis. So room grid bounds height divided by 2. That's the first point we do. I wonder if this doesn't seem to work. Let's check out the seeded generator editor. So this, if not seeded generator generated, and seeded generator generate on change, those two should be set up correctly in here. Oh, it sets to generated. And the generated needs to be non-serialized. Otherwise it will keep its value across reloads and then it won't work. So when I press clear here, this initialize room grid step should take the grid and just clear it. And that doesn't exist yet, but it should. So let's, it should not be a room grid, it should be inside of grid. Let's make this a public method, and then we want to do for can we clear? You cannot clear it, so we got to do for int I is less than tiles length. Then we just do tiles I equals null. Not sure why it does that, but so when I press clear now, it should clear this. Which it doesn't. I haven't saved it. Could that be it? Clear. Why doesn't clear work? Because it regenerates after. Okay. Oh well. So what happens if we change the bounds now? Let's say we want it to be offset by something, like we do this. We can actually offset the entire grid, which is great. Perfect. We can work with iteration. Oh, wait, what? I did that. I undoed, but it didn't update here because the undo system doesn't trigger that change, so it doesn't redo this. Okay. We'll live. So my thinking is let's create part of this room generator thing now, and then we can start working on the other layers. So we can do either we run out of so it's not in bounds, or it could be like room grid dot get new cursor not equals null, so we're moving into and the easiest way to do this is to pick a random node within a list of nodes that we know. So let's just create a list of visited positions. What? And then add a cursor to that. Then we can pick a random one, so random item from the list of visited. We can also change, so if we want a certain size, we can use max iterations. And then we can have like desired cell count as another thing, so that if visited count is larger or equal to desired cell count, we can break. Which means we can set the iterations a lot higher in case we need to do something. So we say max iterations 10,000. Desired cell count seems to be an error. Doing something wrong. Okay. Tell me now, why? Ah! Because... No. I guess it doesn't matter. That would have been the same. I don't understand why this doesn't work. This is for sure not 57 cells. Going lower sort of works. Sort of works. But it feels like it quits out earlier. For no good reason. Why is it? Cell size is 1. My guess is that if I should we flip this? The bounce should be updated here. So this makes it look like there is things outside. Like this shouldn't be able to happen. There is some issue with something here. See if this happens. happens a lot, so like goes. That is strange. Why isn't it overlapping? That's why, of course. Use the bottom left. Okay, so why does our generator not trigger properly? Let's write this function ourselves, because sometimes I wonder, like, what even is this? If p.x is larger or equal to bounds.xmin and p.x is less than bounds xmax, and p.y larger or equal to bounds ymin and p.y is less than bounds ymax. Go away. So this takes a million years because there is 1,000 of these where it tries to go outside. Or shit. That's why. Couldn't you guys have caught that? Aren't you my pair programming buddies here? Why do I have to click multiple times here? That's silly. So now we can take this back. What do I... I don't want to click multiple times. Okay, so now we can say like, let's have 1,000, and then we can say, this is how many cells we want. So this is gonna randomize a bunch of little strange now we shouldn't get any errors anymore. Okay, let's see if we can scale the thing up. We started with scale tile map because I want to double the size or whatever. We're not going to use tile grid. Just rename this, I think. We can do this like this. Scale room grid step devar grid get component room grid. We want to actually rename the there we go. So yeah, this is a chiptune prog rock album. It's pretty good. Pretty good. It's called Presh Tale by C. Jeff. C. Jeff these days, but when I bought it, it was C. Jeff with a C. Anyway, so we have our grid. Now we want to scale it, and it's much easier if we scale it inside here. So that's I'm not sure why. This should be inside of... Oh, how do we know? So now we gotta copy things. This is gonna be a problem. Because we can't like just copy an object like a class. Is there an interface for like iClonable? doesn't exist. It exists here, so... Oh, I spelled it wrong. There we go. So now it's gonna fail for my grid here because it doesn't implement the clonable thing. Yep. So we do iClone system iClonable and we implement it. This one returns. Is this a template class? And also, it should not be in here, right? Wrong. 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 And now is it clonable? Because it's gonna return an object which is icky. Okay, let's create our own that does this for us. What happened? A new system. The clonable is going to be an interface. And it's going to have the type class T. And it's going to have one T clone. This is the only thing this interface does. So we can do clonable room grid tile. And then we can implement this. I can't quite get to grips why there is 103 people watching me struggle with this. Hope you're having a good time, peeps. Implement interface. So, return new room grid tile with type equals room grid tile type. Hey, that's why I have you here too. What does it say? Yeah, it's not system iClonable. That should work. Okay, so now we have a way to duplicate these tiles. Now we can set up a new set of tiles. We can copy some stuff from the floor generator where we already did a bunch of this. Random walk, scale up. Here we go. So this is more or less what we should do in our scale method. Wait. Yeah, so we want to have scaled as a size, so tiles going to multiply both of these by S to get the new scale. Use bounds, and then we want to go through X and Y here of the new one, and then copy from a fraction of that value, I think. So we go through between scaled get length 1. Whoops. So base X is going to be mathf floor to int. We don't need that, do we? We can do just X divided by S. Y is that, and that's going to be the same thing. And then we can get scaled bx, no, scaled x comma y equals tiles we create yes, okay. Let's see, do we need to care about the bounds here? This should be the same as multiplying by the square of size. I'm not sure. Since the tiles is not sounds good, Amoni. We do x plus y times the width. That should work. And this should be dx plus... No, this should be x times s. No. But the BW is the wrong bounds, I think. This should be multiplied by S. Shit. BX plus BY times BW. Clone. And now we set up the bounds. And then finally we replace our tiles with the scaled. To some degree, it would be nice if I could have like create a new one or something when I scale, because this is gonna replace everything that exists, which feels a little bit not great. No errors, so randomize does not work. Don't get what. We're at 52. This is not where the issue is. Must be inside of here. So we set scale to be. Let's see if it's even doing it if we do this. I think changing width doesn't really work, so let's replace the whole bounds object. I don't get it. What's going on? Oh, I have an idea. No, it comes already from this. But it's potentially the room grid. No. I forgot one thing. I cannot do that, of course. I'm stupid. Thinking I'm in a 2D array when I'm in a 1D array. What is going on with this guy? Why is it not switching? Clear. Still not working. So it could be that the room grid has... Now it can do this again, but as soon as I turn on this, it breaks, and this one breaks. Okay, so we do something. There's some obvious issue here with our scale, so grid. Okay, so we created, it must be the right size. That's not the problem. We iterate over it, that's fine. And then we get the index, and this is scaled array is between x so x is going to be a value, that's fine, and y times the width, previous width times x. That seems nice. And then tiles. Ooh, it could be that this tiles is not set up to be the right size. But it should be. So let's think again. So b is x divided by s. So to me, this seems correct. So now it works, but it doesn't work. Because it doesn't copy the things, because we don't tell it to. So if we do this, let's see if it... So we know which part it must be that the tiles are not of the right size. Yeah. So it still works. So we need to make sure this part does not overflow, which could be if tiles is too small. So we could do like this might work, but it's not the right solution because it shouldn't. We shouldn't ever get to a place where tiles is not the right size. Okay. Thank you, Zoo. How can this be? This is 224 long, which is, seems to be, if we do 10 by 10, it's 100, right? Yeah, I get that a lot. Okay, so nothing wrong in the loop. And this is really not, it's not a solution. It should work. This should be, like, these are not multiplied by S or anything. The bounds are set up and not changed before, I hope. I don't see why this shouldn't work. What if we do tile 0? Does that work? I just want to see if maybe there's something really weird here. But most likely it's like my math is off. It's still bugging out? It's tiles that's not set up? Oh, tile 0. Oh! I got it. So if clone here, yes, of course. Don't correct me, thank you. So it was out of the index before, I think, but now the problem is something else. Come on, switch. Look. So the problem was we tried to clone a null object. Cool, so now we can say we want 3 instead, but for some reason it doesn't read that inside of generation step editor. Yes, now we can scale 1, 2, can disable it. Yeah. Now we're getting somewhere. Let's make a mirror one. The mirror one is gonna just move the min value over and copy everything to that side. Okay, it is annoying that I gotta do this for every thing I add. Is there a good reason not to have this function also on the grid? Should be very similar. So in general, we want to double the width. this also, should we assume that the offset is 0 in the grid? I guess we just copy this and figure out. So this is going to be the new thing. So width times 2 and the same height. Let's rename this to be mirrored. And then we go through not the new things. This is where it becomes different. But so we want to go through the old tiles between 0 and height and width. Times 2? No. This. So x plus y times the width. Then want to set in the mirrored space both so the mirrored is going to be the new width minus x. I don't know, normal. It's going to be x plus the width. So we're going to use x mirrored, make a clone. Hey, Sangris. And then the normal, which is just the offset. And then we get offset in that direction, but not in this direction. And the height stays the same. Compiles at least, so mirror. It's not correct. But it is the X mirror. So the new width should be like this. Is it off by 1? Yes. We can turn off the scaling to keep that. So really mirroring before scaling should be, like, it shouldn't matter, but it... Oh, by the way, scaling feels like it should be done around a point. So when we're scaling it up, we should subtract... yeah, different Space Invaders. They're all pretty good Space Invaders. Surprisingly good. Yeah, it's like got claws and everything. This one is just a pair of legs. This one I don't know. This one is a helmet. Ah, perfect ship. Ooh, insect evil. Like all of these are good. Like 1 in 10 is not good, but all of these other ones are like perfect. That one's bad. Did we have Yoda there? An elk. This is actually crazy good. Pretty good. So, I should use this as a tool to generate enemy types for my game. Like I generate them here and then I just take them into Photoshop and animate. And yes, this is randomly generated. Yeah, you could pick that up from from it, but I guess the text is kind of small. Did you see 4 eyes there? The previous one? Oh, freaking skull! Evil! Evil! Oh, you're on a cell phone. That explains it. This one is nice though. This one is a pair of pants. And this one is actual legs that go into the pants. Spider? Grub? 4 eyes. One of the end bosses. The oppressor, yeah. I know what you mean. This one is like a frog that's leaping towards us. I'm surprised. Like this should generate like genitalia pretty well. But I haven't seen any. Maybe my mind is not in the gutter enough. But this one, like how good is this little crabby guy? Thumbs down? This is a mad rabbit. We proc-gen love. It's all alien genitalia. Oh. So there's something weird going on when we're scaling it. Because here the center is the center, and then when we scale it, it kind of... We need to offset the scale by something. So this needs to have minus bounds width or something. See if it's recenters around that point. No, we should subtract with half of BW. Or the scale. Okay, does it work for other values for scale? It does not. Should it be divided by 2? No, it should be bounce x multiplied by scale. No, it shouldn't. What should the value be? If we have a width of 10, it's at 0. And then we move it so the width of 10 is -5. And then we double it. So we want it to be, the offset should be multiplied by scale. There we go. Now we can kind of bring this down. That works. This one is really bad. It's a really angry dude. I love how our viewer count is starting to dwindle as this gets interesting. So you were only interested when I was talking. Like, maybe everyone is trying to fall asleep and they watch me. That could be a way. And this Spider Black Knight, yeah. So this one, it's like a gargoyle. It's got wings and little arms. So many good ones. A tub of tea. You call it that? Okay. So this sort of works. It generates stuff and then it's easy to... Does it also work if I start the initialization of this at 5? -5? Yes, it seems to be working. We want to have some kind of central... let's go to layout and add a public rect int array base rects and then we go through these. Oh, we probably should have a public it doesn't matter. We can figure out like a central position to spawn the player in later and offset the grid and stuff. Hey, Rob Watling. Yeah, good afternoon. So now we want to go through this thing and do like for each var rect or rect in rect base rects. And we want to place those, so we do for each var p in base rects no, in rect.all positions within. And then we try to place things there. If room grid, we're going to rename room grid to grid. If grid.inbounds p grid set p new room grid tile type is floor. Okay, good. We can also put all of these into the visited bucket. And then our cursor is going to be one of the visited things. So random item of visited. So how are you doing, Rob? Having a good day? Good Friday? Oops. We need to have one that's like oh, we need to scale around that too. I'm using Windows 10. So we create one here that's like 3 units. This should work. Why doesn't it? Because the height is 0. Yeah, I've written my own window manager thing, which is started like I fixed a lot of it of the issues before, but today this has started like just Unity. Everything else works. Like I can switch between everything else, but Unity sometimes don't swap. Strange. Cool, let's yeah, it's not. this still generates Space Invaders really nicely. Now we can just continue adding different steps here. These, I just like this is the actual code for the window manager, and I can, if I press Alt and click, I get this little menu here. So I can color things or hide them. I actually can't unhide things because it's not very well written, but so I can send things over here. I want to do something good with that, where you can kind of drag it to that side or something. But yeah, like for example, if I create a new tab off screen here, I can drag that over, and then it will, when I release here, it's gonna put it over here and recenter the window, or I could drag it back to the other side and have it work. So these over here are just things like if I wanted to like not be overwhelmed by, yeah, but I'm gonna figure out a better thing here. You can also like show the titles if you control click on things. And it's a work in progress, let's say that. Yeah, so it's actually a little bit broken right now, but if you look at how the game looks, we can check this. So this is how the game plays right now. So nothing here actually works right now, but the level generation uses a similar method, but it is not very manageable. So I'm redoing a bunch of this. Okay, this is how the game would look if this was actually implemented right now, or yeah. But we're not at feature parity with that this moment. The character is a flat sprite with 3D parts that's carefully lined up to look decent. Got some null refs there. I wonder. Yeah, it's a single arena kind of deal. Thanks. Okay, so what are the next steps? We can make a step that's calculating the distance to a wall. Yeah, we've been joking about that for a while, Kortman. So the next step might be adding walls around these. Adding a border, maybe? Let's add a border and change the size of the thing again. Then I want to work on a feature that recognizes patterns and replaces things. in here somehow. Okay, so let's add walls around this, and then outside of the walls, let's fill it with some kind of background. How do we want to do this? So to add a grid, you should buy one, Granny. So I'm thinking, do I have to we could then just find if there is a need, or we could just add it. So maybe that's the easiest. So grid dot resize new rectint. Let's just keep it super simple. Grid. We can crop it later, so that's good. So grid bounds dot width plus equals, well, I should start with grid bounds xmin minus thickness times 2, and then ymin minus thickness times 2, and then the width should increase with thickness, and the height should increase with thickness. So I wonder, so if we resize this, do we always resize around 0, or do we resize Can we figure out? An offset for this. We'll it might be that we have to pass an offset. Let's start without it and see where it comes. Should be in grid. So now we more or less want to copy from Dude, Manglo, we've been talking about this for a while now. Okay, let's think about this instead of just trying things then. So now it puts the center here. We want to add the distance between the old center and the new center. To set the offset to be like new bounds dot center is a bad. If you just do offset, it's gonna be what we just tried, and it's gonna push it so the bottom left is there or something. This is the distance between my brain is going. Doesn't look quite correct. Oh, cool. Ah, this one is fun. So froggy guy that looks up. So it's not correct. We can instead pass in the offset. So if we pass in nothing, we're just gonna try things until it works. but so yeah. This part I don't quite get. We probably need some way of doing it. It's also not adding enough thickness. This should be, oh, this should be 0 minus thickness, and it should be, the size should be thickness times 2. Okay, that might have confused me a little bit. So let's see if it makes it easier to understand when I do this. There we go. Pentakill. Second time I hear this name. Maybe I like it. I don't know. They're published on Spotify by Riot Games, which seems like it's probably safe to stream, but I gotta research it. I see. Are they good? What's the style? Okay, so now we got our border added. Let's add stuff after this. So now we can just go through all the nodes. Var t equals grid get p. If t not equals null, continues. We don't want to change anything that exists. You don't like mirroring. Or what do you say, LSG? Okay. I don't. We have a saying in Swedish which is like that jag ratar det, which sounds like rated. I'm not sure what the etymology of that would be, and if maybe there was an English precursor, so I thought it was on that. So you would rate it high instead. Would work, right? So. We want to turn this, so we do grid.set p plus d, comma new grid room grid tile, and then we set it to type wall. Mm. Only want to do it for floors, but this is fine. We can't do that. Gotta do it to 2. Or maybe this should be called like N for neighbor. We want to set this tile to a wall, not the other way around. Okay, so now in theory it should give us a... Worked! I've never heard of this before. Like, it's not like I don't follow any... Like, is it a new thing? Like a youth? It sounds a little bit like gamer slang or something. Walls. Ah! Yeah, I'm 39, so you're not that far behind. And I'm not that far ahead, I guess. I want to recolor this. This gray should be black. Actually, no. Maybe this gray should be transparent. Or very close to. This white should be black. That's easier to read. So we don't want things like we saw there before with this long... This is probably not what we're after with this game. So we'll have to add some... Like if we remove the scale... not with this one. There's a technique where we go in and remove anything that has more than, let's say, this many open neighbors. So let's say we remove this and we say we check this one and we say we have 5 open neighbors. This one has 5 or 6 open neighbors. We just check how many of the neighbors are open. Then we can just turn this into unknown or delete it entirely. We can do this before we mirror as well. Then we can remove those spindly things and give us more a boxy feel. So let's create a So it's going to be similar to this, but we're not going to change any, not going to resize anything with this. Add it to, copy that, step editor. We want to count here. And when do we want to count? When the neighbor is null. That's the only time we want to count. So pretty much go through all the nodes and then go through all their 8 directions, and then if count is, this is the number of open, if that is larger or equal to 5, we want to set this grid type, the grid, to null. And then we want to do this iterations times 4. I can just do this and it will figure it out. Want to do this before we mirror no, after we mirror. Not sure. Yeah, because it becomes weird if we do it after. This is how it looks first, and then we do one iteration that removes a lot of stuff. So it's definitely not correct yet. So count is, so we check if this is null, the currently checked one, then we don't do anything because we can't remove a null anyway. Then we count. So we go through the current position plus the direction, and if that is open, we do count . Why not? Reduce slowly. we can be a little bit cheeky here and change them to so we can see which ones we remove. So instead of doing that, we do new room grid tile. We set it to pitch or something. Just so we can see what it is that we're actually removing. And we can also change it so that we're not checking if it's null. We'll do null or n dot type not equals floor. Doesn't work. Maybe there are other one, 2, 0, 1. This removes a lot. Yeah, it's a good track. Doesn't matter if I this seems actually to work out pretty well. I would have expected that one to go away. And that one. After 32 iterations, like so what do you think? Is the algorithm flawed? Does this make a difference? I don't think it does. I gotta go get something to drink and maybe do something else. It's happening. I'm eating a banana on stream. So get out your clippy clips and stuff. Yep. Don't worry. Whoops. Don't tell. Don't tell my girlfriend. Oh shit. Okay. Shit. There's one piece of truth I would like to share with you. If I had peanuts, I'd eat them. Hello, Faithox, Fayothx. So, tell me, why doesn't this work? It must be a continuous stream of these. Are the directions set up in a counter? It's not even that. So if I change these so they go around and I see a continuous stream of 6, then up plus right. So up, right, and then it should be fully right. And then it should be down plus right, down right, down right, incredible. And then down left. So it's up, right, right, down, down left, left, up left. So the idea is, so we have this grid, and sometimes you get these long, I call them tendrils, of like path, and then we can check if we go through, but we got to go through 2 times. The second time we can break early though. So we start go, the first one is up, I think. So it's like, that one's open, that one's open, that one's open. Blip, blip, blip. Yeah, this might work. And the threshold should be 6, I think. One. Look how nicely they almost work. Take it easy, Sangris. Thank you. This one we should be able to pick up, but maybe we just don't check the diagonals. If we do 4, and the threshold is 3. It seems to be correct. Yep. Now we can just delete them instead. Except, like, what happened in the one of the previous ones there? But the designs are chunkier, so if you could see how this is a better... They're more boring Space Invaders, but moves like these that much. I also probably want them wider than tall, which is something we can maybe handle using the height here. This is less optimal, I would say. this too. What happens here? Is it? Yeah, we need to do more steps. Let's do 16 steps. No, this is so simple. It's very non AI like in. I guess it's easy to understand in some ways. Or it should be, at least. So we can make smaller rooms by just modifying the number of cells. It would be cool to turn internal nulls into pits. It doesn't happen that often, but with some... Oh, well, I guess it happens. I guess it happens. You want to make these into the purple or the magenta color. One way of doing it would be to take step from the left of the screen and check like how many times it changes from null into and then do it horizontally and vertically. So it starts out being not an internal, and then it goes here, and then when that swaps back, it's internal. And then it goes here. Yeah, I think we can do this. So we start out here and we step horizontally and we say, okay, this is let's do this a bit before we scale, before we do anything, before we mirror even. The first thing we do, we check if it's an open node. Yeah, it's an open node, and then we step from the left, and we say it's the algorithm will start this with as soon as it has swapped from filled in to empty. Starts empty, and then it goes back. That is add 1, and if that is even, no, if that is odd, we turn it into a pit.
More or less exactly this code. Not really, but we don't need iterations. We need to add it to our editor. If it is not null, continue. Okay, so now we step. X is gonna be grid bounds. Just go into Unity quickly and get it to update. Xmin. X is less than P dot. Oh shit, I don't actually have to do this if I... Let's just do it this way. You could probably do this by scanning row by row and just marking... So we do like horizontal and then vertical, and if it's matching both, so we don't have to do it this way actually. Let's try that first. So we do like scan horizontally, and then we do forx from, we're gonna do it row by row. Y is going to be grid bounds Y min, grid bounds Y max. I'm going to do the same with X here. Change count 0. And then var previous type is unknown, I would say. So we go like room grid type unknown. Here we change this into X. Let's just do previous. And then we do grid get new vector2 int X or Y. If previous and t so previous is set. Set that here. Previous equals t not equals null. Or not previous and t not equals null. So this means we can probably do previous equals t equals null. Can you do that? So if previous is false and the current one exists. Yeah, this change. So change count plus plus. If change count, and this is where we'll have to like save the change counts for each, for the horizontal, and then we do the vertical, we can do this. But let's try first and we do modulo 2 equals 0. Then we want to set grid.set p comma new room grid tile with type pit. But we need to do it twice. And we could save the change count for each node in a grid and then look up, I guess. After we remove tendrils, before we mirror. So it seems to be correct here, but it must also be done from the other side. Because if we scan just from the top, maybe this doesn't work. Maybe we need to scan all directions at the same time. But take it back. This is easier to, going to be easier to understand and read. I'm just adding some convenience methods here. If I don't have a vector2 int, which I'm not going to have, so I don't want to create a bunch of vector2 ints unnecessarily here. So we can get let's add a function. Count changes. We're gonna take a vec2 int. The position and the direction and then we just step until we go out of bounds. While grid, we don't have grid here. We've passed the grid. So we'll do this. We'll check. If t we call it next? I think we can. T equals not equals null, I guess. Let's do that instead. Then we check if they're not the same. Then we say changes plus plus. So now we can do like start with left. If that number of changes is modulo 2 equals 1, so no, it should be 0. But the problem is that it needs to be offset by something. But let's start here. And right, we can set our thing, grid set. See how well this works. Maybe we get lucky and get an infinite loop or something. This doesn't work. It seems to be entirely wrong. Should it be 1 then? Nope. That is not correct. So what is the idea here? This looks inverted. But yeah, we're starting inside now, so maybe it should be in a 1 here. This is a problem too. Also, maybe we should add 1 because if it is true and it moves out. Is that correct? That's a weird statement. So if neither of them so I need like a two-parter here. So if either, well, the first one would be satisfied if, well, if both are null, it hasn't changed. So this takes, it has changed if the nullity has changed for sure. So that says if it goes from null to true, or if it goes from null to not null, or from not null to null, they're not the same. If they're the same, Boolean logic. Come on, help me out here. So this catches if both of them are Yeah, this one is amazingly impossible to understand. Let's do this instead. If previous equals null and current equals, this is easier to understand, I think. Then we return false. And then we can check if previous equals null and current not equals null, return true. And previous. So this catches all options if the things are null. Then we can check if previous dot type not equals current type. Return true, otherwise return false. That's easier to read. Yeah, I don't care about compiler. This is gonna be fast anyway, reasonably. So current is gonna be this. Now I'm not sure we need that. Let's start somewhere. So imagine we're this, and we check. Let's check right instead, because right is slightly easier because there is one step that right. Right is guaranteed to, in this case, not to end with a filled-in node. So we start here, and then we step once, and then we check what that is. Maybe we shouldn't have stepped here. Let's see what that does. Ah, it sort of works. Yeah, that should work. And then it stops working. But I think that's because we don't detect that change when it goes into out of bounds. So we can check. We know we have gone out of bounds now, so we can check if has changed from previous into null, then changes plus plus. I think this was a harder thing than I expected, but now it works. Check it. Now it finds those. I would have expected it to find all that. But there is a problem. We need to handle that something is oh shit. Yeah, let's not just change it until afterwards. So let's make a list of nodes that we want to change. Sorry, P. Now it seems to be working fine. Now we just have to do the same thing in the vertical directions too. And we don't need to do it if, but that one is not correct. Seed 90. Let's see if we can find any other. I don't know why that would happen. We can also make this happen. Oh, okay, so here we can see the issue. It doesn't care about diagonals. Ooh. What is going on here? Mirror breaks. But I don't understand why. We haven't changed anything, have we? We changed these methods. The only thing I can think is that the bounds are messed up now. We changed something that broke something, or actually broke everything. So mirror just doesn't work anymore. If we turn off remove tendrils, and find pits and mirror. What have we changed? Oh. There is something about the offset here.
like sometime. No, I probably won't accept it. Is it because we have an uneven number or something? What the f... Why doesn't mirror work anymore? But, like, if you want me to consider it, maybe you should say what it is. So what... Is it this that breaks it, or what is it? So, as soon as I turn this on, things are gonna error out. Yes. We know that that happens. Regardless, so it must be this thing that breaks then. So if I comment this whole thing out, we're not gonna have errors anymore, I thought. But it's still out of the bounds of the array. Did I screw that up? No one saw it happen. So the walls, there's just something strange happening here. There is something about when the one I'm, so this one, so we check the left, check the top, check the right, check the down. So is it when there is an extra, let's see, this is 50. 90 was also weird.
this is touching down here. Maybe there's something to be gleaned from that. We can also check that all the neighbors are, so we get the diagonals more or less. This one doesn't touch, so that was not an actual. I'm gonna be this is called something. This took way longer than I thought it would. Yeah, so this now works. We take that. No, it doesn't work. What? That one works. Oh yeah, we can't do that, of course, because then it only picks. So we can do this afterwards. So we only turn them into these if they're totally surrounded, or there is a that node is going to be a. We remove this code. Check 90 now. 90 doesn't work still. Because this check has to be recursive, of course.
think I know what the problem is. Maybe I don't. Let's get rid of that. It could be that this... This is not going to work with it. I think it will not work for anything now. Nope. And if we remove it, it gives us... Doesn't work anywhere. It works in places where it shouldn't. Like that one. We make some assumption here that this one would work now, I think. It's something like if either X or Y is if either X or Y is positive, then we should do this. Otherwise not. There's something. Because of how it moves, or it feels like maybe it, oh, I don't know. I saw one where it didn't work where it should have worked. I haven't seen any false positives, at least. As soon as I say it. A 90 still is broken. There is another way of doing this, but I gotta implement a flood fill for that. So another way would be to take like the farthest corner . And then flood fill all the positions . But it feels weird to abandon this. Check if island is inside or something.
Yoey B. I'm trying my best to do some algorithm to calculate what is inside my object rather than outside, but I'm not getting the proper. It almost works. Like in most cases, but I don't understand what cases it doesn't work in. Here's another. Let's take a step back. Generator, editor. Void. Can I actually do equals? No, it. Because I find myself like wanting to go back and forward between these two. Regenerate is not generation. Hallå? Hej! Det får man. Kan jag streama? Gärna, välkomna. Ja, ganska gött kanske. Jag har knappt utanför den. Eller jag har inte utanför den. Ja. Det är en lustig liten kurs. Ja, det är typ samma. Fast även laser kan vara på det också. Okej. Jag kan testa det sen. Vad har ni för plan? Och har ni pratat med Sofie? Hon borde vara på väg. Ja. Men klarar ni er till Sofie kommer så kan ni göra saker där. Let me just check here. Ah, shit. Hon kan gå ut. Finns lite typ kola och öl och sånt i kylen. Vill alla? Gör det. It's my girlfriend's sister and her boyfriend who are visiting. Okay. Brief intermission. Now it never works instead. But why? Something like that, yes. Why? Because I turned it off probably. Yes. Shall we just try the flood fill method? The flood fill method will not work if it is like this, but maybe we can add we can resize it, add another, like, to all directions, and then flood fill the furthest corner And then everything that wasn't caught by that is inside. Since we did do the whole, it should be easy to resize. Let's try that first. Grid, resize, new rectint, grid dot bounds x, no, min, kind of want the this one, so it's like grid bounds x min, y min, and then we want to add width plus 1 and height plus 2, kind of arbitrarily, but and I think we do 0 offset, but I'm not 100% on that one yet. So we're gonna resize and get I think we're losing some pixel or something. We should lift it by 1 too, so it's like yeah, the height should increase by 2. Let's try that. Could be down. I don't understand what I wrote before. Nope. What? How can it still be wrong? So the offset is like the offset to the previous layout, something like that. Yes. Now I think like no matter how high we pull this, it's never gonna go up there. So now if we could flood fill from 0 or from the min position, so we do like grid dot flood grid bounds min with what should we fill? We should fill with a new tile. Room tile. That has the type of unknown. RGT or something unknown. We spent so much time on this. God damn it. But now, so now we want to do this, and we could pass it a function too, which is like from to and direction. We just check that from so those are the yeah, they're either the tile instance or the position. I wonder if we can use our has change method for this. Yeah, we actually can. What do we do here? Do we like grid gets this? Yeah, and then we gotta create this method. And it's gonna be in the grid function. Grid. Oh, maybe it would be better if this returned I already implemented this once. I think even the come on. It's annoying because I have this code somewhere. Do I use it in Gunhowl? I don't think so. I don't know where it would be. Let's do this. This is going to be a public return a list of vector2s. Yeah, we're not gonna need that part. It's gonna take a function that takes two vector2 ints from 3 actually in direction. Cool. Now we want to have a list of open nodes. Which starts with the start node. How do we do this? New list of vector2int. That's empty. Then while we have open nodes, we'll try to reduce this list of open nodes. I guess we can just add them to connected and check. So we do like can't pop, so then we remove the first item, and then we want to add, if we can expand into a node, we also want to add this to the connected. So if can expand current direction and no current destination, call this destination and direction, or let's maybe destination called and then D, and D is direction. Open, add, target. Then it's gonna loop around. Now we have 4 that we can expand into. Is this a full implementation? Are we gonna get... We're always going to remove. We're sometimes going to add. Oh, there is one more thing. We need to check that we're not expanding outside. So we want to do inbounds target and can expand. Otherwise, it'll expand forever outside. Cool, so now we get a list of things. We don't need the new rune grid tile yet. We just have this. And this is going to be like the inverse of what we want. Uh-oh. We forgot one important part. We gotta check if we're not already okay, so unfortunately Unity has to die. It's possible we lost some work here, but not too bad, I think. We need the... It almost works. Okay, we're doing something a bit wrong here. It should be the inverse of has changed. Yay, it works. Okay, so now we want to go through all the tiles and check for the ones that are not inside, or yeah, like it is definitely one of the more fun things to do in game dev for me. Like it's right at the... Hey, what's going on with my... I think we're screwing up the... Huh. But yeah, level generation is definitely one of those things that that's at the intersection between like programming and arts. And it's also like, for a lazy person like me, it's perfect. Because it's the computer doing stuff, even though you do put a lot of work in. Ah, do you see the heart? Shouldn't press randomize, I should press this so we can go to... Oh, you see this? This is like the lake of lava in the center. There it is, the heart. Not all of these are good. Like also, I think we should check that none of the it would be nice if none of those were adjacent diagonally to something. So we can check, we can make a list of all the yeah, that'll give you a result too, especially if it's low res. It's working fine. But this has the benefit of all parts are reachable from all parts as a guarantee. Yeah. That one is a fun little skull. Yeah, these are meant to be level layouts, not anything else. These it's like maybe they should be walls instead. I was thinking like try, after I've done this, check all the ones that I did set and flood fill them to be a non I'm not sure. I have no idea why you see the grid sometimes and sometimes not. Like, as soon as I go over here, it stops showing it. Has to do with... I don't know. Anyway, so should we add like a metadata type of thing? I have this weird thought. If I add a public bool enabled, will that make it so that I get a checkbox here? Nope. Okay, I wonder what the next step would be here to turn this into the actual thing that will work. Hej mamman! Vad fint! So... we have our grid editor that doesn't work with this grid. I guess we could tackle making that work with the grids of grid type. Yeah, I can generate all sorts of space invaders here. So the next step is to actually instantiate things. Oh well, we can do one more thing. We can do one more thing before we get there. So room grid. Public float distance to wall starts out to 0. Then we can create another step that calculates the distance to walls, and that can be used in later steps. So distance to wall room grid step. Let's borrow like this part here. Okay, brace yourself, guitar solo. So this already exists, the code for it already exists in the floor generator. We check in all 8 directions. It's not actually distance to wall. That would be like the closest distance possible. Let's call this wall is it? It's almost like occlusion. Dirt level. Corner-ish. Whatever. So now we can go through all the nodes inside of the grid. We're gonna need a public int max distance equals 5 or something. We're gonna do for each var p in grid dot bounds all positions within, and then we do another loop over all the all 8 directions. We only care about if t equals null or t type not equals room grid type floor, continue. So we do get grid get pd, p plus d, doesn't matter. And I'm going to check if t2 equals null or t dot type not equals wall continue. Otherwise we take t dot cornerish and add one. This is the simplest version, and then we go to room grid and we when we're drawing these things we actually also draw a cyan box or something. This can be done. Oh, it can only be done here, okay. It doesn't work at all. Because it's not, partly because it's not part of the editor. Not that one. Step editor. Still doesn't work. Start this out at 1. Doing something wrong. And this never worked, so I don't see why this shouldn't work. It's a generation step. It's placed after the walls are generated. the heck? Could it be that the bounds are messed up? I don't get it. Yeah, I actually have no idea why this doesn't work. It really should. It renders really weirdly. Maybe I should just give up. Is it because of this? Do I have to like... So as soon as I go in here, it changes. Oh, this is interesting. But yeah, I don't understand why this doesn't work. It doesn't seem to do anything. My brain is not working. Is this actually happening? Sure is happening. So the sizes look reasonable. It must be that this... This seems to happen. This doesn't though. So now it works. So we've been streaming for non-stop in 6.5 hours, so it's getting... It's sort of time to take a break until next week. This will make it a thick border. And some but if I divide this by S or by I, we get a smooth fall off from the walls. We want this value to be between 0 and... So we want to divide this by max distance too. So... it can never be more than 1, but it can fall off nicely like that. And we can kind of increase the max distance if we wanted to. That makes it fall below 1. The highest possible number that we can get there must be a way to calculate this, but I'm not. You can change the divisor. You can never go above 1, but you can do this. This can help us place spawn points further from the walls. It can help us place vegetation. Why is this stronger? Because it hits... Ah, we can break after it hits something. This is gonna be the closest one. We can do like 1 divided by... No? Check what I did before. So we go through and then we check that it's within the array. We don't care about that. And then 1 divided by s or 0. Looks almost exactly like what we have. I don't see it. So go through all the directions. It might be because we're oh wait, 1 divided by 0. Still happens, weirdly. think we're coming up on the end here. Oh dear. Heck. It's really nice and fast. Make small levels, bigger levels. Feels more controllable than the previous method. Could make another step that's like adding some noise to this, but that could be another. Yeah, that would be cool. I think that's one of the upcoming steps. Like the last step would be instantiating everything. But the problem is we don't have anything to instantiate. Because we've destroyed our ability to create the blueprints that go into this. And I want to change it so they also work mirrored and that we only instantiate on one side of the world. We could add like dirt density or something here. And then that is another step that adds to this. So the next step would actually be creating the editor for these new types of grids. So the room grid inherits from
grid. Maybe it's not that hard. You do like a grid editor that's typed. It's a generic type. I was thinking how to handle this part of the grid editor. Let's remove some of them that we don't have anymore. So clear tile map step. That's not the thing we're going to use. It might actually have been the only one that we needed to get rid of. Thinking maybe split these up into no. So I'm thinking like room grid match. Room match. Room template. It's annoying that this is not room tile. We need another grid type here. So it's like this guy is going to be a it's going to need another this one doesn't really do anything at this point. So we would create an editor. We're going to do this first, and then we can figure out a way to reuse the code. Yeah. Ja. Jag är snart fri. I guess we do copy that from... We should probably copy a lot of stuff from this. But it's more like most... yes. There's no offset on these. But there is... No. That's gonna be working itself out, I think. Cool. So now we want to draw like the bounds here. Handles. Color yellow. Handles, draw rect. Wire cube can't be, yeah, it's gotta be one of these. Like the vertices, the face color, and the outline color. Like color yellow, or something like that. And we can just do matcher bounds. Should be
xmin, ymin, xmin, ymax, xmax, ymax, ymin, xmax, yeah. I'm working on Windows 10. So in theory now we should be able to test template or matcher. So we can put this wherever we want. And if I change the size, it changes the size. Perfect. Five by 5, perfect. And then we have tiles we gotta set up. Public room grid matcher tile. Current brush, or let's just call it brush. This is what we're gonna be painting with. Now we can actually go to the editor and we can check the old tile grid editor of a way to find the mouse position on this plane. Let's have a pass in the room grid matcher grid or matcher. So and let's draw this. So handles.draw. Since this is local,
it should work. Let's see. It's not working. Oh, we're forgetting one thing here. Like, handles, redraw, paint. Looking fairly close to true. Except that it's like off by half. The mouse position is off by half. If I translate everything will move. Which might be what we want. This is now 0, which is in the center of one unit. Maybe I don't want to do that. Let's do that instead. Cool. So now we have a brush here. We can set it up to be like we want to draw with something. Use so we can do like draw tiles. We can do grid matcher dot bounds all positions within T is going to be matcher get P and then we can do like color get color for room grid matcher tile. So gray is the default. Let's start out by type. Could add a dictionary that maps these, but let's just do this. Or we could do a switch maybe. Well, we might want to. So unknown type should be white or something, so they're really standing out. Then we got floor, could be. Actually, let's not draw this. That can be black. The floor can be gray. Gary. The walls can be white. So let's see. Cyan. And then the pits. Magenta. These are all the possible. Maybe if we miss something, we can return yellow. So var c equals get color. No, let's just do handles. Color equals get color. Ah, my brain is gone. I just went everywhere at the same time. I'm nowhere. So we want to draw a single tile. Zero, 1, 2, 3. We can multiply this if it's the same as MP. We do 1, otherwise we do 0.5. Doesn't work. How can it not work? it's the same. But this inbounds. There's some weirdness going on with this. Oh, I haven't initialized it yet. That's why. Let's make it red if it's not initialized. That's what I'm thinking, and then we can just do override the so we can check if the tiles count. If it's not the same as what it should be, if it's null, we want to just initialize it with the size. If it's not null, we want to resize it. This way, I would expect it to properly initialize unless it broke, which it did. It's still trying it. But I did still exit here, right? No, I'm not.
Let's actually just initialize it, because I never think it is null. Okay, so now we have it here. You can even kind of hover over it. No errors. We can probably change the size too. Then okay. Let's refactor that. So public bool is initialized. That can be just that check that tiles the length perfectly equals bounds width times bounds height. We can use that inside of here if not matcher is initialized. Return, and we can do that here. So hopefully I can change the size without errors now, and then I can click, and unfortunately I'm clicking outside, so since I know that I am currently over okay, cool. So now we can check if we are indeed if event dot current dot we gotta check how to do that. So if we left click, set the matcher brush.
This is super inconvenient, but it should work. These are all like unknowns. We change our... We're gonna draw a floor here. Oh shit, we need to eat that event too. So event dot... I don't remember. Event current use. So it's not losing the... Doesn't work. There's something very bad happening. I don't think so tell me why. I think I gotta go here. Oh, we can't. It's reusing the same brush. We gotta do clone on that. Of course it does. Cat. Sort of works, but it sets the wrong... The only thing I can think is that MP is not correct, but it seems correct. Oh, it works. We can do like unknowns, pits. We can do floor, which is gray, unfortunately. Walls.
I think we're coming up on the end here. Let's go raid someone. I need to take a break. I've been streaming for almost 7.5 hours straight. So we want to go to Nox. Here. Who might be our target? Crass, maybe? Raided us yesterday. Let's do that. Cool people. Yeah, I'll be back next week. So thank you all for hanging out. We'll see each other soon. Hugs and kisses. Be nice to Crass.